Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back to this Pxy-VERSE. And this is another daily weekdays streaming of in this case world building and character rigging. Maybe I make some animation later, but in this with the current rig that I have here, because she's quite animatable, but the face is what is really lacking here. There are many helper rig in the body is also lacking. I have the skeletons, but I don't have the wave paint, so not for now. That will be, I think, you see this terrible joint there, but that's the helper rig thing. So let's go here and wait, hold on, for some reason. Okay, here, reset everything for all bones. Let's go back now and let's get some soundtrack. Let's see if everything is correct. Yes. Alright, so the face rig today, yesterday I was completing the transferring the adaptation of the skeleton of the face rig from reusability, right, for regarding reusability from other rigged models that worked, and so it's still not completed, that skeleton adaptation, but it's mostly the bones are well positioned, well organized in bone collections. And now today I will attempt to make some mesh stuff and wave paint. So, and in order to have this finally to work and make cool expressions. Probably, more likely, because it's very time consuming. Face rigging is often very complicated, depending on the features we want to have. But yeah, there are niche everywhere, like everything is complicated. The eyes, everything is sort of different also. Eyebrow, the face features, the mouth, don't even speak about the mouth, what is inside of the mouth interior, teeth, arcades, tongue, whatever. And so here, because we're working the eyes, we're gonna hide some stuff here, like this. So I don't need the controllers here. Instead, I will require I think this layer should show everything, right? So let's try to at least those controllers. Yeah, Shift M. Let's bring this to this one. Okay, so when I solo this, I have controllers for the face and for the body, the main ones, right? But there are the masters, but there are other stuff. Okay, anyways, I only need actually from here the head. For now, only the head. Yeah, we could make some selection set to keep this organized. So let's add the head here. Also, actually the heads, because both of them will be important for this wave paint. So let's bring this to head rig, yeah, face rig, yeah, face rig. So this is a temporary one, right? So I can probably hide everything else that is not this. I will, yeah, I don't care about offsetting the, maybe I should care. Yeah, the only bones that are matter for this are these ones. They're exactly in the... Yeah, okay, so I know what I'm gonna do. So I pick this. Let's just pick these ones by color here. No, that color doesn't work. Let's just pick these ones. One side should be good enough, right? And then assign. Okay, and then here we can Shift H that's right. So these are some masters for some key automation, for inverse kinematics automation on the eyes. So, and the eyebrows. And so here, there's some mechanism chain there. Eye-key chain, right, that will work. Let's see. I don't have this for the eyelids, just for the orbicularis oculi or eye contour. So I could have this system also for the eyelids. I'll think about that later. I think not. That might be not necessary. It's easy to tweak the eyelids, I think. So this is probably better, more useful for... Okay, so we can start with the... I need to decide where to start with. Of course, the face. I should start from the big features, right? So that would mean starting with the orbicularis oculi, right? There's another thing that I need to address, is the mesh of the face. So in principle I got this right, the curvatures, right, of the face from multiple angles, from various angles. That only things of the eyelids here in this region that are somewhat distorted, and this is not fixable through the just addressing the model sheet, I believe. So let's try to fix whichever I'm gonna try to fix whichever I can here from the... there's meshes very weird, warped here in many weird, terrible mesh here, artifact. So this is just the mesh editing that needs some correction. Let's make sure we're not into the, okay, this is fine, but apparently the things are messed up here. So the this mesh here, let's change its color. So that I am sure that this is a different... Okay, so this mesh inside here is what there's also something that I can work here. Hold on. I can isolate some parts of the... so that should be useful as well. So hopefully this time I have got this managerial vertex groups. Let's address them. Sort by name, just in case. Want to go at the top. Can we home? No, we can't. Doesn't work. No, this also doesn't work. So I'm gonna go to the top here. What is this head? Hid is for hide. This is too long, we don't need that. Maybe just a little more. Okay, let's select this. Let's see what this is. Good. So this is what I need. Shift H. Is the whole face? Yes, the whole face. So start working from here. Why do you are different in here? That's also the ear. I think we can isolate it. Seems like this seam is okay. That is fine. There is subdivision surface modifier, so this probably will be okay. So we could have more subdivisions here, but I think that's all. We'll try to do it this first. Okay, so I'm relying on shrink wrapping features. So the only shrink wrap that I have now is this one for the eyelids mesh. So the trick here, I could make a highlight of thousands of this. I have a tutorial about this, but here is some. Let me show this trick here, right? That might be interesting. Folks, check here. So this is one way of making cartoony eyelids rig for in Blender. Can also work for realistic characters, I guess, but I've never seen. But anyways, here is the thing. Yeah, the mesh is deformed there, ignore. I'm gonna fix that with some smoothing. But the thing here is the following. I'm gonna use some shrink wrap modifier on the head, on the body, right? Body mesh object, but on a targeted mesh, which is the mesh of the eyelids. Of course, the shape of the eyelids on the rest position, the binding pose state, which I am here, right? Edit mode for the mesh. Don't have this stuff here, right? It's just the real mesh on rest position. So this mesh here is select linked because I'm using seams. So I have those temporary seams or just organizational seams, but this could be something else. To avoid problems, we could have I don't know, marked freestyle edges instead, for example. So we just use this hold on, folks. This, I don't want to see the crease here, so mark, yeah, we could use this instead, but then I can't isolate, I guess, because we can't have the select linked by you know, L key with stuff here, right? Normals, undo, material could do also, but then it will depend if I want this to be on the same material or not. So, and there are many ways to organize that, but you see, seam is good because we can isolate this this face. So this is the eyelids mesh, and on edit mode I want each of these vertices to be exactly, this doesn't need to be exact, but it needs to be at least precise, otherwise it will be awkward and inconsistent. So let's turn this proportional editing off for a moment. I want to snap these vertices from this eyelids mesh in onto the eye mesh object here. So this is it's not for UV warp modifier, this one, because it's a single stuff, but these are the eyes here. Could be a giant egg here actually, but for now this is it. Could be a closed mesh also. Sometimes this helps if we don't, yeah, sometimes we can struggle with the shape near the corner depending on the character design. Yeah, maybe I should round it, make a closed mesh. Currently it's something like that. And then oops, and then I want to, so it has some subdivision modifier, right, at level 2, so it can be better for shrink wrapping, to be shrink wrapped onto. So this mesh, I want to, the eyelids, or the eyelids mesh here, I want to snap it, face, it could be face project here, include non-edited, and move, rotate, scale, so whichever of the transforms I do on edit mode. So you see it is snapping, so it means that right before it wasn't snapping. Of course this I don't want to move it too much, because the character design, when I use the model sheet, more or less it was here. I'm getting, so you see this is normal, this intersection, because we are just on edit mode. I'm gonna turn off the shrink wrap because I'll show how that will show on the, you see these ones they are overlapping here, so I need them to be snapping. I don't want to snap, apparently there wasn't snap, then we can spread some. Well, this idea of having the eyes open like this is because, in my opinion, it's better for eyelids rigging, but then we'll have to fix when the eyes are closed, maybe with some corrective shape key that especially regarding the eyelashes, not so much the eyelids. But okay, so here we're snapping here. I think this is a, ignore this other face here. This is a wall for another feature that I'm using here, which is the eyelids borders. It's like literally a wall that will intersect right inside the eye, and so it needs to have we can just pick this one. If I delete this, right, just need to pick, after I wave paint these eyelids, I can just pick this and extrude them, because then they will share the exact same waves of these vertices around. So these be the equivalent to the eye contour feature, you know, of makeup. So exactly the eye contour, and this is like the wall that goes inside or touches, right, is in contact with the eyeball actually, right, from the borders, literally, right, so, literally. And so I don't want to snap this one, so I can just hide this face for now. Let's go back here. So so I have accidentally picked these ones. So this is why the reason why I'm having those things. Oh, I need to press Control. This will be easier. Okay. We can, of course, waste some time here, but we could just do this instead. Select L. It's gonna front orthographic, and G. And there we go. Now everything, if you don't see what I mean, it will be G, Y. Let's move this forward. Oh, I'm editing. What is that I'm editing? I don't know what I'm editing, folks. Let's do again. So there are many tricks here that we need to employ in order to, yeah, I think this is moving, yeah, forward, right? So I just need to, yeah, so I'm just displacing it from that. Let's re-snap now. Say all selected, G, and now all at once. Proportional editing can be dangerous here because, yeah, it will, yeah, so better not mix snapping with that. It sometimes it can work, but I think it's dangerous. Okay, so the idea here is that I wanted to explain is that I want to have this very, very close and then gradually getting with some distance here. So this can be a bit time consuming to fix. Well, we can just actually do something like that with snapping, yes. So GG, you see, and then edge slide. So they are very, very close, but probably I need to make sure though they don't go to the bypass, right? So I think just a quick revision here. And since I'm not sure they've snapped, I can just select this face loop here, and this face loop, this might be anatomically incorrect for eyelids, I'm not sure, but for rigging that works. It depends on the character design, of course. In my character design, this solution works. So here we're gonna GG. I don't know after GG if they are still snapping, so I'm just gonna, because I'm unsure, so G there. And then this one, this amount of face edge rings, right? Edge rings, not edge loops. They are enough for this character design here. So on occasions we can do this here, you see, manually. The idea is that I'm already collapsing the skin of the eyelids from the rest position when the eyes are open, right? So that I don't have to do anything here to have this, to obtain this state, right? Because this state is granted from the rest position itself. Like it's the best sculpt for this state. And then when the wave paint, which should be gradual on this very, minimal sized distance, right, between these vertices. When the waves become gradually, right, very strong here for the eyelids bones and lesser as we got here, right, and then these will drag the skin in appropriated ways, right. In the case these eyelids are more like this, right. So this is like yeah, stylized, right. I control Z here, sorry folks. There's a shrink wrap modifier thing as well. Hold on, just need to, because if I'm not almost sure if I do control Z, yeah, it won't delete the annotation. Okay, here we go. So now I've repositioned the I've repositioned the eyelids exactly on the same level of the eyeball, and the eyeball doesn't deform. Well, it deforms, but it's full waves, right? Nothing special. And now for the shrink wrap. So I disable this because I'm gonna make from scratch, almost from scratch, because what I need is to have a target vertex group for the eyelids. It will be at the end. So modifier eyelids, I think it is shrink wrap eyelids here. So if I select this, what you get is this mesh with I'm trying to isolate the, it's lagging a little. I think it's the subdivision surface. Okay, let's go back. Sorry folks. Okay, let's hide here. Yeah, unfortunately I'm having difficulty in getting the isolation here, folks. Sorry, let's see. Let's get this mesh here. Let's hide the eyes. Let's hide this, and let's now go on wave paint mode. So if I select again my eyelids border there, so this is the wave paint that I have here. So it's modifier for shrink wrapping of the eyelids mesh, or meshes of the eyelid. So it's connected mesh, right? And then I need to now what I need to do is to go on the face. Let's add a deform shrink wrap modifier outside surface, because I want the eyelids mesh, so I need a target. So otherwise, if I target now the eyes surface here, all the mesh of the body will be shrink wrapped into the eyeball. Of course, we don't want that. We want the target eyelids. And because I have a mirror modifier and a single eyeball here thing for all this, I don't have to have shrink wrap left and right, but we might have to do that. So everything, vertex group left and target left eyeball, mesh object, yeah, so you got the idea. And two shrink wrap, different shrink wrap modifiers, one for each side. So okay, you got that. And so now what we've got is that only the eyelids are shrink wrapped, but they are on the surface, outside surface though, but 0. So I want to push this slightly forward with hold shift. What's happening here apparently is that this mesh here that other one has inherited this vertex group, so I need to be careful in this technique. That is border. Let's just address here. Wait, this just have this. Use probably this one. No, it doesn't have. So I don't know, folks. Oh, it is just snap probably, or maybe not. What's happening here? Looks like I have some extra stuff here. What the hell is going on here? It's like I have two of them, or looks like I have accidentally extruded two of them. Very weird. Anyways, we gonna go back, so I'm gonna enable subdivision surface, the simplify stuff. Alright, so I then can have all the eyelids slightly on top, and this is why we need the wall, right, in this approach. So to avoid certain intersections while rigging, making the poses, we might want a slight, a more advanced, some thickness on these eyelids, right? So the more thick it is, of course, the less risk of having this stuff, right? But also more problems we might have regarding here. Certainly we need some smoothing of this I don't know what's, oh, I've probably snapped, so I've ended okay, so this highlight is not good, right? I think I'll have to wait, now suddenly the model is correct. Alright, so never mind. It's very suspicious. Many terrible things happened. Alright, so let's extrude this without a snapping. From a front view, I want so the idea is that it has some, it doesn't need to go too far, right? So these vertices, I want to exclude them from shrink wrap eyelids. And I don't want to snap these vertices, and these faces I will give them another material just to get them differentiated. And here we go. So now we see that this is shrink wrapping, and here I'm very annoyed by these shapes, so I'm not snapping here, so let's just smooth those things and get rid of those horrid anomalies here. There is some deepening, radical cliffing, right, of these shapes. This is sort of not a bad thing to have. Of course, it must be somewhat smooth as well, and here close to this part the mesh is very chaotic, so need to rearrange this. Maybe the topology might even be, so there's a strange quad here. Yeah, we might have to make some more critical adjustments here. Maybe I should have fixed this before going into the example. So these faces, they seem to be so yeah, I can smooth and this whole face loop, and then even this one I can smooth and then just re-snap the whole thing. A second pass. Yeah, every time I edit this, it's simple, right? Every time I edit this mesh here to snap onto the eyeball, yeah, I need to re-snap it, so then I don't need the snapping anymore, so you can keep gradually fixing this, right? For some reason this one didn't work properly, so it's just run snap here. Sometimes they got some strange okay. And yeah, so this is an annoying part, but this works, folks. And I like this because it's a very precise setup, and it doesn't, if we do it correctly, there's no intersections for any of the eyelids, and the eyelids mesh will totally follow through shrink wrap modifier in this case. Can be done on shrink wrap bone constraints, but then we need more deformed bones. While with the setup that I have here, I just need the bendy bones. No, it's not mark sharp, it's mark seam. This is like to isolate this thing, right? So this should be the mesh that I'm working on somewhat. Okay, so we want this sort of steering here. This needs to go out, sort of outside the, right? But we need to avoid some crazy things here, right? I have difficulty sometimes modeling this region. Because I don't really understand the anatomy, the 3D anatomy of this part of. Probably it would be nice if I have more, if I had a bit more subdivisions, but with the yeah, it's okay with the yeah, here again with the subdivision surface modifier. So we want the cheek here to be sort of protruding, but it's not working, as it's very disorganized, I think. Okay, so I have this one is stronger than it, and then the face there is not matching. So there are some curvature here. I think needs to be a little more puffier, and here is where we're getting some, maybe some lack of geometry to make good shapes here. But I remember I don't need a lot more geometry than that, so it's just smoothing. Yeah, so here maybe you get this curvature here. This will be an insect angle to look at the character, so this little anomaly here is not really critical. But it will be interesting to get this better. Here I think this should be puffier. So just giving some more volume to this part. And now let's, I think there's vertex. No, control, no it's not control M, it's mesh, reset vector. Yeah, there are some anomalies that were going on. So get this again, let's see if I reset now what happens. Yeah, some mesh there too with the snapping. Apparently we got some, yeah, some mesh here is overlapping, so gonna fix this manually. Maybe I haven't seen this. Oh, here we go. Yeah, maybe I've pushed this mesh in when I was doing the sliding, right? This is why it's not very. And then this is the effect of the shrink wrapping already, so yeah, so maybe the shrink wrap is a bit too much, so we need to... Alright, okay, so there's another thing I can do here. Looks like this one could require a little more, like, it could be assigned maybe... Let's assign this. Now I have something smooth, so just in case, right, so this... Well, it's still not working very well. Let's try smoothing this out. Now this face loop. Now let's try to reduce this value here. Here you could try to assess what's going on. Okay, so we see what's going on exactly. Yeah, so this needs to be a little further away. Arises will start to maybe I was wrong about this, right? So the eye is too big down on this part of the upper cheek. There's just not enough height to get this thing right. It's a character design issue here that I need to... don't remember having struggled it so much, but probably I need to assess the model shit by now, because I've touched this too much. Retouch, right? Maybe this it's too much also. Yeah, this should be better. Okay, this sort of fix. And again, this problem of the geometry, right? If I create another face loop here, I just don't want to. The shapes are okay. It's just that, okay, proportional editing here, just small one. So the big issue here is to move some strategic vertices that so like I don't want to move this one, so one solution is just hide them, right? But it's annoying, we can't hide. It's difficult to rely on hiding for everything, so I would still have to hide this one, this face loop here. So now it's safe, but then there is this. I don't want to touch this thing, so I have to hide this as well. Then there are too many stuff to hide, right? And we could make a specific managerial vertex group just for this protection, right? And then maybe we can't access totally the mesh, so it's like it's hidden, right? So we can't visualize, we have to unhide. There should be a locker for vertex group as there is for bones, in my opinion. That would be great. So here this can help, although whatever I do here, this is time consuming, right folks? Can't be helped. So the shapes need to be the correct shapes, or fine shapes for the character design needs to be addressed properly. And here we got some strange artifacts. I don't like that this looks like it's just flat, nothing interesting happening, so it's like looks like a waste of face loops, right? Talking about that, maybe this is exactly what I need to do, right? Yeah, this will be interpolated by the subdivision surface modifier, right? That might help in modeling this thing. So instead of a nightmare, it's just slightly annoying. So I could perhaps scale this inwards to get this cliffing, right? And here smooth this out. It seems better to work this way. Then here maybe we need a little more, something like that. We want the eye cavity. Alright, this seems to, and here the intersection, then I can, if I want, add another, but here, so what I'm describing here graphically is still have problems here, almost gone, but is the eyelid crease feature, right? So it's like precisely some region about here. I have the contact between the skin and the eyelid skin, and there is a crease where the fat of the eyelid skin, right, it accumulates, and this is good. So it will, like this stylized shading here could be more or less representative to that eyelid crease, but it could be also the different mesh color there, but whatever, it's more or less there anyways. It is so evident also because of the caving or whatever, the cliffening that occurs. There's the bottom lid crease, the top lid crease essentially, and so let's add just here to see what happens, if that changes anything. No, that doesn't seem to change much, but we can simplify just because I have a subdivision surface modifier. So just making sure it's nothing, there's nothing wrong here, okay? Then here I'm gonna, because I've destroyed the yeah, I had to, gonna remake these vertices here. Assign, let's lock this, right, because let's see what we can do next. Okay, so model sheet, right? Would be good to address the grease pencil model sheet. Looks like the eye is not in the right size at all. I also could lock everything here to prevent yeah, this is actually good. Interesting. Maybe they improved this feature in Blender 4.4.0. Yeah, so maybe they fixed that. I don't know what is the default here. It doesn't reset. Folks, I've just found a solution for one problem I was having on previous Blender versions. So now I'm on Blender 4.4.0, and this seems to be a good solution for grease pencil model sheet, 3D model sheet for character design. So basically 3D character modeling, sculpting, rigging, you name it. So here what happened is that I have the grease pencil collection enabled, right? But I want to see more of that. So there is an option, more or less, so there is an option here we can use, which is the, okay, I need to select the grease pencil. It needs to be at least selectable from here, I guess. Yes, so it doesn't need to be the object, but it needs to be at least active here. And then there is this option which appeared, this pop-over menu, so fade inactive objects. So I click here and it is 0, so here I have good assessment of the grease pencil, but I need to see more or less of the rigged model, right? So this is, it's a bit too dark, but this is another problem. The fact is that it's very clear now to check the strokes at the same time as the geometry in somewhat good way. Yeah, so this is satisfying, and I don't know why before Blender 4.4.0 this was so hard to get spontaneous good looking result for that. So I believe there was a fix here in these behaviors, and so this is very good. So you see what I need to do here. I was remodeling the eye and for rigging, and then I messed up, and now I need to reassess these positions here. And so what I'm gonna do here is, yeah, so this will require GZ, a lot of change here. Of course, this should be better done with other references, even top view. If I have a probably or had a top view for the face and head, but now I think I don't have. I have to recreate. But here, so just getting to reposition. You see, it's very clean to see the strokes. And so here this will be gonna reposition all these meshes here. Let's move them to the vertices only. About here, yes. Then gonna re-snap this to the eye surface, right? And then there are still some vertices here that apparently I don't have more eye surface here. I'll have to extend this this object there to, right, so it can still snap. Even best would be to make this an oval shape, right? Really a enclosed mesh object, so we don't risk to have some intersection on these sharp edge corners, right? So yeah, so this is the cool stuff here that I wanted to show in Blender. Finally, this seems to work properly, but we still need to address here, so have this selected. Grease pencil options, fade inactive objects, slider button. That is great, right? Well, this works also here, but whatever. We have some more possibilities out of that. Yeah, so let's address this eye thing because it's fundamental. I'm calling it eye surface. I don't want to destroy whichever I had before, so it is napping. Terrible. At the top, it should behave different, right? Differently. It's all delicate here because I don't want to change the mesh in the... I have to make some readjustments here though. Maybe bring this inwards slightly. Yeah, no, there's security there. That seems safe. There seem to have enough area for... So maybe you don't need to enclose it right now. It's a stiff mesh object where it doesn't deform at all. The eyeball. Eye surface in this case, right? So... And now we can reassess particularly these vertices. I'm gonna snap them. Okay, let's hide these vertices. Oh, this one is missing. There we go. There we go. Yes. Snapped. This part gets a bit too far, right? So maybe here I just spotted that could be better that we have here. Let's use proportional editing without snapping. Let's move this slightly. yeah, so you have a bit more security there, safe region for doing, if we have to push the eye more to the side. I think that shouldn't occur, right? It's more up and down that this eye is reshaped. I have an option that I've made for this. Let's see. Hide select. I don't recognize any of those, so then clear Shift Control Alt. Select toggle. Ah, there we go. No. Shift Control. Didn't even know that shortcut. Doesn't seem that worked. Anyways, Control Shift Alt E, maybe select, or L. No. Select T. Yeah, L makes sense. Shift Control Alt L. This creates a problem though, is that I cannot, if it's if I get out, then I cannot just, I have to find it back there. So there's a little problem of using this, but that helps. In some occasions I want to just lock some objects. Yeah, so I see here things to be fixed. You see that the eye is not following the shape correctly. Likely the model sheet also is not completely accurate. after certain updates, but yeah, we can help with that. Yeah, I can conceive that this is super tedious in the end, right? If you consider it's just one character, but you know, that's the difference between some pastiche character design, like that might be cool, and a few tweaks here and there won't change the overall thing, right? But I care too much about my own characters to leave them with certain anomalies, right? This is about character design, right? If you not any character design, specific character design, when you know what the character needs to look like. It's a very, very precise thing, because you have drawn that same character over and over again, or model, sculpted, I don't know, made you know the character very well, and a little detail that maybe won't bother other artists that or other people which are watching, but for the artist himself or herself that knows what the character looks like, that is an anomaly. Oops, I'm using proportional, and it's not still snapping. And it doesn't reveal the real aspect of the character. Yeah, it can be, it's incorrect, right? You just know it's a mistake, right? So people are always talk, oh, there's an anatomic mistake, oh, this is like homo correctus, right? Okay, maybe it's right to point out, but what no one mentions is what is stylistic correctness, because they assume that it's subjective. Of course it's subjective, but it's not because it's subjective that it doesn't have a true or false. There might be more than one true or false, but there is some very precise. And then to reach that, you need to be very passionate, I think, about a certain character design, or very akin to your own style. You know exactly why it is your style intuitively. You know exactly, I mean intuitively, most aspects of the character, right? Not all, maybe some tweaks here or there would not be noticed very well for the artist himself or herself, but the fact is that there is a style correctness. So anyone that tries to mimic the style very easily, oh, this is not his style, this is not the artist's style, because of course it's those, or it's not the character, is something is off, something is not, and even though it might be hard to distinguish. So this is the feeling that I imagine, the perception, right? And this is why I take so much time doing this thing, because I just know that the 3D adaptation of this is just hell complicated. But you know, I'm much better now than I used to be on this quest, let's say, like a couple of years ago, because at that time I didn't even knew it was possible to make the adaptations. Actually, I would think that I would doubt that the character would look good in 3D in the end, indifferently of how much effort I would put into it. Like, it's an impossible quest. And yeah, I had this profound doubt, and the only way to address that would be to attempt to try the best I could to approximate the character design. This was very interesting because what I found out, you know, these guys that do the Bell Animation, Japanese studio, then they've made a very creative solution they described it, or someone described it for them, I don't know, but they described the technique, the method in which you could do the camera keys kind of stuff. That means that you can, even if the character design, the 2D character design is impossible in 3D space, it doesn't mean that you cannot cheat and create some corrective character design of that adaptation according to the angle in which the face of the character is being looked at from the camera or the viewport, whatever. And then that corrects, that cheats, right, the view, making the character design, the 3D model, to be morphed or shaped, reshaped according to that view. So this is the camera morph. It's a rig, right? It's a rig, and it's an automation that is actually pretty simple to create in Blender. I made a prototype myself. It's tricky, but it's not super complicated. Actually, it's pretty simple, but it's a bit hard to figure it out. And there are more than one method to achieve it. It's very interesting. And then what I found out is that my character design, I've worked it so much to reach closer to perfection in terms of adaptation, 2D to 3D adaptation, that I was going back and forth between what I would call a 2D model sheet and that versus a 3D model sheet. So I was, even on the 2D model sheet, I would implement certain 3D findings that would help in the modeling, sculpting. And then in the end I found out that, wow, this is that it was so accurate that those changes, right, to the, or the not even the change totally, but the results of this research turns out that in the end, oh, maybe I don't even need camera keys, because I've made up somehow that the adaptation, considering all that I was mentioning about the adaptation, back and forth model sheets, right? They sort of work, right? The character design works in 3D. In most angles without needing of cheating. Of course, I don't think that will work that won't work for all character designs. It's not means that it is perfect, but it's like something that it was acceptable to my eyes, and if it was accepted the eyes of the artist himself, then that is a good thing, because it's this style, right? So that was what I was mentioning in the beginning. Is very hard to get the accurate style. the artist recognize the style. He is sometimes the only one who can reproduce it spontaneously. Others maybe with copying or training. Yeah, there is a school of copying and training and making the perfect, well, not perfect, but as close as one can get to the stylistic signature of another artist. But well, this is another topic. So the important thing here is that, okay, so the rest there will be for the eyelash, right? So I've been, so see, you won't see this on anime characters, modeled characters. They all have very simplified geometry for the face. I think it sometimes looks beautiful, but it's this is more complex in my opinion. This would appear in some, this is why it's so hard, I think, for me to get the shapes right. Need a top view and model sheet. I shouldn't be having it. I think I've accidentally deleted. I think I've noted it somewhere. Recovered 2D model sheet, top view, head, face, whatever. Yeah, okay, this was very much time consuming, but it was absolutely necessary. And something makes it being displaced. I'm not sure what it is, since the rest position is mostly correct. Let's see here, what do we have? This also seems mostly good. Not proportional editing, but snapping. Oh, it is the, of course, this is because of the subdivision surface modifier. Yeah, of course it smooths out and in combination with, maybe, no, they were snapped. Yeah, they are already snapped. So it's a combination of both of the features of the object modifiers. Nothing more, nothing less, that I know. Okay, so this is how this is can be achieved. Now, probably I need to lock the eyes. Let's get here and get I don't like how this is looking. Yeah, these are dangerous changes. Well, the shrink wrap will happen anyways. At any time, I can, random time in the future, I can just re-snap those. I would like some automation for that, but from edit mode, right? But edit mode lacks a lot of automation, right, folks? Good. So from the front view, the eye could be a little deepen a little more, and but on the side view have some issues. In what I remember about my own character design is that yeah, because the hard thing is looking at those things from the perspective of a model sheet. So it's called model sheet, right? It's model crap, right? It's very, very difficult to get organic characters, stylized characters look ideal in a exacting mathematical model sheet. It's a necessary step for those, especially collective projects in principle, that requires this amount of precision. Animation industry usually. It's like maths, artistic maths, right? Model sheet is okay. So here, let's get here the I remember what I want to do. So I want to lock this. Oh, let's get a highlight for this thing. Folks, here a cool shortcut that we can use for objects. Like currently the body is not selectable. Okay, now it is selectable, and I am selecting the eye, but this eyeballs, eye surface. So here I want to lock it direct from here. So I've assigned a shortcut for this: Shift Control Alt L. So it's a very hard shortcut to miss. If we remember, it's too long, right? So we don't accidentally will place it. Let's press this, and so now it is locked. You see here, so I cannot select anymore. So you can lock everything. The problem is that then to unlock, if the object's not active here, we can't detoggle, right? So now I've just toggled this. You see, you can check. I'm toggling because it's remain active, right? But if I don't know, I get another object, like for instance, I think I have some armature here. Yeah, so now I cannot select back from the eyelash lock. So I cannot toggle anymore because I can't select stuff anymore, right? So I need to find the object back here. So this is just the negative aspect of this. But for locking things that we are not gonna use for a while, this is a good thing. Or if you just know how to find it here easily, here you can lock this too. And that's it. So this is what I wanted to show. Please like, subscribe if you like this content. This helps my channel to grow and keeps me inspired to continue doing these highlights. Yes, so now let's continue here. I need to hide, no, not this, even hide the eye coins, the eyelashes, they're in the way. We need to fix the eyebrows, don't want the mouth stuff, and nor the armature. Yeah, so what I need the head, and let's snap some stuff here. Not snap this, just rearrange this mesh in a more adequate way. We want some cliffening here. Reposition this mesh. This seems to be slightly off. doesn't look very rounded. Now that I've made some change to the model, to the eye, right? Made it higher, taller, right? According to the model sheet, which is probably mostly correct. But I would need to make a final pass of retakes when I complete this rigging process and test some expressions. Maybe I would still get some. Okay, now that's snapped here in these features, include non-edited. So let's snap this a bit here, and this not to snap, this to snap. Let's bring this. See, there is this gradation here. The closer it is to the eye contour here, the eyelids, this eyelids mesh, the wider, further apart there is distance. So this will also helps the wave paint, the skinning, to spread disproportionately when we, especially for up and down, top and bottom eyelids mesh, right? So here we need to continue rearranging this geometry here. No snapping for this. GG maybe for this. Here I'm sort of missing some geometry here. We could have some. What's happening here in the front view? Yeah, this is. No, this. Okay, let's do this. Alright, that seems feasible. Maybe this one, let's pull this down a little here. This one, GG. Yeah, so I have this face loop, very simplified, but with the subdivision surface modifier that works okay. Maybe here we're gonna bring this GX, GY, and just this one about here. Smooth this, no. This one maybe we want more about here, yes. GG, let's move this more to the top. Okay. The seams here are not for... Oh, that's a good suggestion. Yeah, good idea. Let's make a suggestion for Blender community here, folks. You see, folks, there is this... am I recording? No, sorry. Hello, folks. So you see, here we have the selected linked option. And there are seams, okay, they are sharp, that's fine. But here's the thing. Sometimes we might want to organize the mesh in a specific way. And I like to use the seam as a selector of regions for rigging or for organizing many aspects of 3D character making in general. So I have an area for the region of the eyes, for addressing stuff like that, area for eyelids, mesh, and so forth, for the ear. And the problem is that the select linked only work with seam and sharp. And the problem, well, we could use material, but no, what if we want the same material here? I don't want to create handled multiple materials here, also because they could have the same texture. So here's the problem: by having the seams, when we do the UVs, we'll have to remove these seams or change there for something else. UVs won't work. Sharp we can work, but then the sharp could affect some shading, maybe shading, smooth, that way. So everything that we use here, they are not complete. Like there's nothing for managerial. So what I could work, instead of having this seam, which has nothing to do with seam for it's just for organization of an area. So what I've been doing recently was mark freestyle edge. The problem is that this mark freestyle edge doesn't appear here because I'm not using freestyle edge. Edge in this project. This can just serve as reference edge loops, right, or edge data, and so this is very useful. But I would like to have more options here to be able to make this region selection. So these seams that I've made here, they are temporarily, but I would like to have essentially something like this that would appear in the selected link and still have this region. So this would be something like this, would be only for this organizational stuff, so I wouldn't be having to remove this or be careful about, oh, this will ruin my UVs, will ruin whatever, my shading, right? So this is the thing that I would like to have implemented. So in my case, I think it would be good if we have added more features here for edge data, and that would solve my problem of this project. Of course, if in a project that people use even this, then everything featured edge data, then we need probably an edge data, extra edge data for managerial features. Imagine like that, right? There's not something like that yet, but we are missing this, for instance, bevel data, edge data also thing. I guess that is okay to have. So for now I have to use the seams because I can have this thing, and the seams don't affect immediately the before texturing UV when wrapping, so this is why this is okay. Thanks for watching, folks. Hope that helps documenting the idea. Alright, so here let's see what I was doing here. Yeah, so we are doing the improvement. Why I'm seeing the model sheet? Yes, is important, but at this point what is also important is to get the I was doing the seams, I was doing the something is not working here. It needs to be faces, right? No, seam, there we go. Okay, so let's continue fixing this. Yes, I was fixing the geometry again, making slight improvements to this cliffening, if that word exists. I guess you get the idea. Of these parts, the upper cheek region. It's very difficult here for me to address this. It's not something that is easy to get from the 2D model sheet. Even if you have a top view, maybe a 3/4 view, perfect stuff like that, that would be... I still would like to achieve here the final result and get the real 3/4 view and even negative 3/4 view to see this. If you want to know what those things are, look at Google Simpsons model sheet. our complete turnaround in 2D. Very, very nice. One of the few good references I found about this. I could get also get final 3 positive 3/4 and negative 3/4 views. That would be nice as a model sheet improvement, that I could really learn how my 3D character actually looks like in 2D in terms of quarter, and see if that matches my idea of, because I know how to draw a 3/4 view on paper, but the adaptation to 3D is really crazy. Most likely because it's an impossible character design to match perfectly, but we can, what I found that in my personal investigation of the adaptations, that yes, we can, if we are apt to go back and forth in some little aspects and details of the anatomy, the cartoony anatomy, we can sometimes get some I won't call improvements to the 2D art, I will call some change to the way we see the characters in 2D, and maybe use this only for the model sheet or an alternative way to draw the character on paper. So I find this very interesting as an artist who draws characters. So it helped me modeling, sculpting. I do more modeling than sculpting, but that helped me especially when I started investigating the relationship between the 2D model sheet and the drawings that I make, the 2D model sheet, and the 3D model, and what would be the going backwards, which will be having the 3D good looking model that we've made thanks to a 2D model sheet, and revert the results of that cool looking 3D stylized adaptation to the model sheet. Oh, the model sheet here could be slightly different here actually. Here we got some mistake. This doesn't look very flowish. Yeah, it's hard to make those adjustments on just a single view. It's very dangerous unless there are tiny adjustments. Otherwise, it can be very dangerous to be doing that without looking at the different views. So what I'm doing can be a bit destructive here. But these tiny changes are relatively safe. Here is where this what happens here is a bit normal. We have some, because the cheeks here, the upper cheek, they have some volume. So this is exactly the idea. This is why this is very difficult from this perspective of the model sheet and the modeling or sculpting, and then rigging, because that relates to. Oh yeah, I remember, I was fixing this positioning here. Oh yeah, we need the model sheet again. So you see that from the front view this seems okay, right? The drawing, but this is incorrect in relation to the. So here starts the impossible character design, right, that I've made. So I need to find relatively impossible. So I need to. This might happen indeed because of what I was talking about, the upper cheek, but we can possibly improve, because I see that the side view here, this mesh actually can, yeah, it has more curvature here, like it's more stylish. I think this looks good, but can't be too exaggerated, right? It needs to be just like this, and then the drawing from the front view it's not good here. This one I think is the good representation. And the front view here might not be good. The side view would be something about here. And what is this vertex? Oh yeah, so this thing is snapping wrongly. I don't know what's happened to it. Oh, it was in the wrong place. Okay. Oh, I see. It is snapping on the face, right? It was snapping on the skin face there of the upper cheek. Yeah, no, this shouldn't be snapping. Okay, and for that one, we could make this deepen a little more, or maybe this will just cause more trouble. I think it's good as it is, right? Now let's deepen it just slightly, but for this quest I'll have to, this time I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna hide these faces so I can do this. Yeah, this is pretty annoying, but okay, this will prevent from terrible snapping. We'll try to adapt it here and hide. And so you see there's this overlapping here of skin, but you see it's very, very beautiful. Now it's not causing too much trouble despite the... We'll be looking at this, if this also creates the... could be improved here, but this creates the effect of the bottom lid crease anatomic feature. Somewhat this is helpful. On the top it's not working very well on that regard for some reason. I think it might be because this is not interpolating the same way. We need more. It's just about the, yeah, it's because of the shading. Also doesn't help too much here. Let's move this up slightly more. This is the eyelids borders. Maybe I should remake this. It will be more organized. So extrude, then ask, then scale down, then yeah, it's not in the center. Oh, it's snapping there. Okay, scale down about here, so it's like a ramp, and then GY, GY doesn't need to go too much further away. It's just intersecting with the eye. Then these vertices here precisely. Let's also make the shrink wrap modifier for it. We need to bring this into the eyelids border, so assign waves. Let's see, that's correct. Eyelids, yeah, we need to remove this because they were extrude. Remove this. Okay, eyelids is just this is correct. Then we have eyelids border. Then let's lock this. Let's also get this selection for the eyelids border. Make sure this hide stuff are, I have more than that. Okay, this is eyelids, this is incorrect. We need to remove these ones. Okay, eyelids, let's lock the this thing is just for eyes region. I'm not gonna address this right now. We see that it is even incorrect, missing some face loop here. Even that should be, yeah, actually this eyes region. We have these. Okay, let's remove everything here. Eyes region. Let's just pick this and this and this, and let's assign this to eyes region. Alright. Should be more expansive, but we have face region, which includes the eyes region plus these, but this yeah, we've lost something here. Where should go this face loop? Behind the ear. Okay, let's continue here and maybe get this and I don't know where I want to go with this. The whole face. Okay, behind the ear. Then maybe get under the chin here. Face. Okay, this face is more like the skull, so let's get up to here then. Mark seam. Select eyes region, then select this. Don't I have something like face? No, but probably I can reuse any of those. Like, what is this? Head is not being used, so lips, yeah, all that, plus the nose. That seems good. Okay, so this will be like face. And yeah, so this will be like 10 face maybe. Assign. Let's move this up after the head lock. The head would include all these faces. Yes, the head is good. Lock. Nails, if they are separated mesh. Is this working? Yes, this is working. So lock. Oh, this 10. Okay, so is bad, right? No, it's not 40. It's like 0D, 04. It's not what I used to do. I think this is a mistake. Yeah, so I need to instead let's do A, B, C, D. Yeah, this will cause other problems, but E, I have to rename those things later. So this one is not working, but we can at least do sort by name here. Yeah, let's get these ones here assigned to it's a duplicate of the other, but it's there for organization. At least we can have them isolated from here already. Then lower face, yeah, makes sense. Isn't there? Yeah, it has this more advanced threshold and around here, because it, yeah, sometimes the mouth, we need to affect those. So this is accurate. I like this. This is, we can reuse. So this, however, should go in lower face region. We can, yeah, we can do, oh yeah, totally, we can do this. Like, so hierarchy, right? You can log this. So these are older ones. Let's clean up some of these. There are too many. And eyes region, yeah, this is not even here. Mouth interior, we don't have any more. I don't intend to. Eyelids border. Eyelashes full, this is not for this mesh. Separate eyelashes verse, not for here. Mouth work, and it's not required. Tongue, not in this eyes region. What is this? Completely awkward. Nails, okay, nails we already know. That's good, okay. 4 is for the arms, hands, fingers, all that's arms. 3 is for legs, feet, hips on the sides. 2 is for the torso. So this is just managerial vertex group. Oh, I have more. Okay, eyelids, face leads, eyelids border. No, this is, yeah, no, I named this height, but let's economize one letter, one character. Eyelash not here. Torso, this, no, not here. Fingers not here also. Ah, yeah, something like that would be useful, but we already have, right? Yeah, we have, so no need to. Hands, we have hand. Nails we have from the other already checked. Okay, so now we are in the deform. Yeah, so this was the B, B, C, C. So this could be B for now. Hand could be A. Fingers could be B. Nails could be C. So it's sort of. And yeah, okay. And then this is why you have. No, this. Yeah, those wave paints are not here at all. We're gonna delete some vertex groups here that are completely. Yeah, this head, no, this should show if they exist. Yeah, this is another. We see that all the names here are. So let's do def1 / so these are all. This, is there anything here? No. Yeah, those are all inexistent in this mesh one, so just gonna delete all from here. Okay, apparently I got rid of this. Let's def2, this is not having anything here. Yeah, these are deform rigs, so Yeah, those names are also incorrect because we're gonna now these bones, they are help for helper. They don't have this def, so I know they'll be immediately positioned. We are, oh yeah, it's also old. I recognize it's not def 4, it's def 4, so we're gonna delete all this junk. They have, yeah, we have 3, these are not here, right? The deformed bones, they don't have these names. Just checking here, there's nothing catch me by surprise. Spine, yeah, all this, no, the bones came, but the mesh didn't bring those this is also not, tongue is not in this mesh. Now def head, yes, now we start the real ones, right? Now these are the correct ones. The 4th, the 6th, these are clothing, so why do I have cloaking? It's a mistake. The F6 shouldn't be in the body, right? Makes completely senses. Nonsensical. So here starts some helper. I think it was tempting to make some of this. Then we get some, let's see, also this excessive separator face. Ah, I want to make a script for this thing, so I'll keep it because I'm gonna reuse it on occasion. Separator muzzle expand, I don't know about this. Oh yeah, I remember why we have. Okay, let's keep both. One is for the whole face, and the other is just for the inverse sonic mouth. But they can be, the ghost mesh can be in a single one. Master hand, what are you doing here, bro? Muzzle shrink wrap. Do you have? Yeah, we have something here. Probably I've messed up the waves. They were already masked anyways. Shrink wrap mask. Eyelash not from here. Eyelashes not here. Eyelashes not here. Data custom normals. Okay, just that I don't forget. Preserve volume wrist. With the proper deformed bones, maybe this is not necessary. This is a good one. Okay, let's leave that. Armature linear blend skinning. Maybe it's the invert of, yeah, it's like an inversion. So okay, let's keep this. Muzzle shield, no, we don't need that. Muzzle shrink wrap. Okay, the shrink wrap muzzle is for the inverse sonic mouth. Mouth interior, shrink wrap mouth interior. What's, no, nothing should shrink wrap here to the mouth interior. Makes no sense. Mask eyelash, no. Forehead, we'll see that later. Shrink wrap eyelids border, yes, this is a negative, this is the positive, but this is completely incorrect. Remove. Okay, so assign. Yeah, we can also call them from their okay, mod 1, yeah, indeed. So so many duplicates of junk. Custom normals, do you have it? Ah, finally, okay. An eyeless border, no thank you, have already that. Yeah, so what we could do is something like organizing this by topic, like, so this will be topic A, then we have like, let's fix, well, they already are armature stuff, they already data transfer, shrink wraps, okay, that's acceptable. Yeah, okay, that there are not so many that need to separate here. Let's save here, let's save a backup as well, and now let's come back to this and yeah, objects. Let's hide the model sheet. Let's unhide some objects here. Now would be good time to try to address this, because I don't know how now I'm gonna make this to work properly. Icons. So I need to, it's not shrink wrapping, or it should be. It's not rigged. We can try to rig this now. Oh, the waves are not assigned probably. Yeah, we can then maybe do this, right? And its positioning, right? It might be, well, it will depend on the shrink wrap, right? The problem here is that I need to address this at the same time of the, if I change the mesh and the armature, yeah, I need to change that simultaneously, otherwise it's a lot of work to reposition those. Not a lot of work, but it's annoying. So I can here try to so probably what's happening here, either these are not deformed bones, no they are. Okay, the eye is working, and but it doesn't seem to be shrink wrapping in a regular way. Probably because the could be that these values are different. Okay, we're gonna... It's probably because of the tilt of the eye coin over the eye surface, so... Let's set 0 for now. This will cause... Yeah, no, here we want this one. And outside surface. This one outside. No, it's on surface. Yeah, like on surface, whatever. And then this one also has a shrink wrap. Could be that the bones, they are badly positioned, possibly. We are going to get the same here. Yeah, let's just delete this. Let's just copy selected. There we go. This one needs to be different. Ah, there you go. So we don't want this one to be a deformed bone because its waves are distorting. No, because its waves are... No, yeah. Alright. So apparently this was a wrong approach. Strange, I don't understand. Oh yes, I now I understand. It is a single bone, right? If you wanted to wave paint it, it should only have waves on the center, right? Otherwise it's stealing waves and it's distorting, making the eyes get this. The eye coin gets distorted. So let's use the mix. Yes, already on mix. Let's just pick any value like this and get... let's get a edge ring. We can get an edge ring. And Control X, that should work. Maybe something like that. Yeah, baby. So here we go. This is the crazy. Yes. So this thanks to Magpie in Blender artist form. He was the one who suggested me this kind of shrink wrapping technique. It was under development, right? But he gave the sparkle of light to solve this with shrink wrap. So he proposed the project wrap method. It is good when the area is super flattened and doesn't have this deepening curvature, but because my eye had this kind of curvature, when the eye get closer there with the shrink wrap modifier with wrap project, it started highly distort because of the project is like, it's not three-dimensional, it's like it used 2D referencing some, I don't know exactly how that works, but yeah, it relates to the fact that it starts to get this deformed because it was considering a plane that is, it gets inconsistent here. while here it's working, but that still set the organization for this, because then we could, he made the setup with a iCoin mesh object. It was even more complex than that. It was a like a cone or something like that with a cavity, concave, right? So we could have some transparency crazy things going on, shading, advanced shading with easierness. So that was very cool. And here my icon is just super flat, but you see I saw it doesn't deform now. And the way that I found was to instead use the shrink wrap feature, which caused a lot of problems, to use the... Okay, so here we got some bad stuff that I need to fix. I don't know exactly what is this. Like this bone is warping. As it goes down. Could be a pose thing, could be a snap thing. No, it's okay, it's also happening there. So this relates usually to the... I don't think this will help anyhow. Could be, oh, it might be because of its parenting. Not sure. No, maybe not. So yeah, could be because the... Yeah, so I know this system error, but something I need to fix here. The target. So here we could get some... Could be that the curvature of the ice mesh object this is bad, of course, for processing, but no, it doesn't help. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, it's really warps too much, some strange way when it goes. It's too fast, right? Here too, so I think this is happening because of some... Okay, maybe this is highly contributing for this madness. No, it helps to take it off. No, not really. So this is why the curvature needs to be, and here at this corner can't help too much. I need to address why. Maybe it's this. I'm just testing stuff, right? I didn't have this problem before, so very weird. Oh, it's the snap there, maybe? No, it's not the snap. So unfortunately, this is super hard. So okay, yeah, it's... There's a parent here that is super suspicious. I had this kind of problem. I'm not moving the parent, and its bone constraints, they are just... Copy scale, I control. Okay, this is an indirect controller. Okay, we can keep that. And here we are going to go to the mechanism. So here we got its parent, right? Looks like that when I pose the parent, the behavior still goes wild. Less though on the top. Intriguing. Okay, so it could be the parenting relation. Let's try this. Yes, so the parenting relation, for some very strange reason, right? It's not being carried by the so who would think about that? Oh, there's also something here we can get this I see. When these bones get the okay, of course it's a parenting thing, because these bones are parented to this, but when this one gets the outside, it had no. So see, this is okay, so now I'm not sure, but let's try to side surface. They are all on surface, but I think this is irrelevant. Okay, now it seems to, from this angle, it seems to be working great. Maybe the parent and child, if they need to be matching those. And here we still have some warping that is not good. So then we have this thing, which is not shrink wrapped, but we could have it. Oh yeah, there's another thing that I need to address, which is of course the positioning, right? It'll be nice to have the whole system matching. We said that the bones are not aligned. Now it's smooth, okay. Interesting. Yeah, so I'm still learning this is kind of complicated. So maybe this bone is useless right now, because let me show the control for the eyes. It needs some development here. Try to fix that control upper face. Okay, first let's look at everything. So this mechanism bone is parent to the head, but then we have some okay, so these are some other bones, doesn't matter, but here master face, and for some reason I'd like master body. This is crap. Alt M, controllers, master face, then Shift M, controller upper face, just like this. I think these are on the mechanism. Yeah, they are. We see from these dots here. Assign selection, multi-assign. Okay, assigned bone to selection. This is the name of this thing. Okay, so here we need probably to adjust this positioning. This probably is a mistake. So let's see, this is not being controlled. Okay, so deform head, this goes to deform head, this goes to master ice track. Okay, okay, so we need to parent mechanism icon, bone constraint, copy, scale. This could go for the mechanism, right? Why it needs to be this one? It's a parent relation, right? Let's change this. Control C, selected constraints, copy, scale. So let's turn this off. Shrink wrap, we just want the shrink wrap for now. Okay, so we can do this, yes, from the mechanism bone. So the question, do we need even the mechanism bone at all? So we're gonna investigate, we're gonna check here right now. Then we need to copy transform ice track. Okay, this is working. Then limit distance, this is also working. This is why you have this limit oh, maybe its position there was not incorrect after all. Unsure, but whatever. Oh yeah, that depends on the character design, possibly. There's a, yeah, this depends on the character design, so this is why it was displaced. So now I need to test many things. So let's copy location bone constraint to, in this particular settings, that would allow in a very static way to have, and this is where the location matters, and this is why let's see, yeah, we can't put this anywhere, right? We need to so it's 2, we need this closer here. This is just a circular range, but we can complement it with other ranges, and something here is buggy. Let's get, not buggy, it's just annoying to move, so maybe we need to take this off. Now there's still annoying when we go excessively to one side or the other. Yeah, so maybe I need to expand this distance just a little more. We want this to go maybe, yeah, it's not just any kind of mechanism bone, it's like more a mapper bone. Okay, let's do this. This is too much, right? Let's change here. Yeah, this will be difficult. Oh, 67, let's try. Too much. 63. That's just the original. 42, yeah. But the eye is bigger now. Yeah, it's 58. Yeah, it's all. This is good. A bit too much still, so 0.055. It's still a lot, but for exaggeration that's not a bad idea. Let's try this. I think this is a good one, just slightly here. Yeah. So let's reset here and let's symmetrize. Now I'm gonna check if this mechanism is really important. So I'm going to okay, let's try with different eyes. That will be okay. So I'm gonna get this one, okay, these two I'm gonna symmetrize. Oh, I got a problem here. What's happening? We can't have the... It's not respecting the limit location. I didn't change anything here. Or did I? I've changed something, right? As copy scale has nothing to do with this. When this moves that's... Oh, it might be something about this ice track, maybe the parenting. No, the parenting when it moves. This will be a driver, I think. What is this bone constraint? Copy transforms? Don't remember this copy transforms. Anyways, this is not the point now. Try to understand how I fix that in the other rig. Okay, I'm going to sacrifice one side. Let's delete this parent. Okay, this skips the parent. And now we need to... Okay, I need to reproduce that. No, I deleted. Okay, never. Copy location. Possibly this parenting is incorrect or something. Yeah, but this is still happening. So it needs to respect the location of here, right? It's not here, is this. Alright, mystery. I'll have to. It's a complicated rig setup. I need to investigate the original character that I've made this. So that's one of the most recent things, that achievements. And I'm not still too familiar with it. So let's try this one. And of course we want the character. So where is here? Okay. Just her. Okay, let's see here. You'll see that working, hopefully. Master face. All right. So this works. This is the. Okay, this is for. Yeah, so see, the eyes don't. They don't do this. So why this is happening is because you see they, yeah, there's an eye they lag behind, but let's see their parenting relation. Limiter circles for nothing new here. Local before regional, maybe nothing new here. I don't see why this is locked here. No bone constraint. No driver. Oh, it's a widget that is not actually here. Yeah, so never mind. This is for another feature. It doesn't matter right now. Override to mechanism ice track. I see. But should be possible, but okay, never mind. So there was one promise that those things are. Then we have these bones, they are parented to the deformed head, okay. No bone constraint. So they stay in place. But when the head rotates, that works. Yeah, we won't be offsetting this too far away, right? Because actually, right? And this will carry everything, right? So what's happening is in my other rigs that these bones were not. These bones apparently were parented to this. And by doing this, this one will have their limit distance follow, and that will bring them crazily. I guess this was the reason. Anything else could be? I think not. Let's go back. So parent here, yeah, wrong parent. Just that. Same parent here. Control V, copy to selected. And of course we need to resymmetrize this, and except that I've deleted the mechanism. So we'll see in this rig. The mechanism was there, I think, because more of I had another. Yeah, this also works. Okay, the mechanism was there in the other rig because I had the. Yeah, so this is okay. I think it could be better, but it is fine. Then copy scale. Oh, the scale is not working. Okay, we need the. Let's check. So the mechanism was there because I had a VRM skeleton that was an attempt to connect the deform rig to something else, right? For VRM exportation, but that was like just experimental. I achieved something, but at the same time wasn't useful in the end, because my facial rig was too complicated for making and shape keys, like converting the armature deforms to shape keys didn't work on the same 3D model because it has too many restraints from shrink wrapping modifiers, and so couldn't create shape keys for the same product. I needed to I needed to do something else. Okay, so here we achieved that rig, right? So that ice thing, we just need to. Yeah, I was very wary about how I'm gonna solve the intersection there, but actually it was just fixing some of the. And so in the end, I didn't need to fix this this thing here, right? It's just the shrink wrap takes care of the positioning, right? But we certainly could improve and get it more regular. Okay, this will help posing for any kind of 3D animation a lot. And the scaling, right? So let's get this copy scale, copy location, copy scale, copy location, copy scale. So we got this. Though we have, yeah, so now we can do this with both. So otherwise I'll just create a bone constraint. Oh yeah, actually it is working precisely because it is a bone constraint, which is making the relation parent wouldn't do. Like, I believe parent wouldn't do here. Yeah, parent wouldn't do because this one heavy copy transform. So this is the pathway thing that is complicated to understand in Blender. Although it's parent and parent bone scales, and it's the automation won't occur. copy location, copy scale actually. We don't want the copy transforms because this will be is more specific. We need to, maybe there is a way, but we want to separate the, so you can use different spaces for, or yeah, so you can use different things here. But this example I think will be nice to have. The pathways, yeah, let's make the pathway example. Also let's get her some hair so it will appear better in the in the highlight. And let's simplify this by just looking at now we need also this. Yeah, let's select both sides, whatever. So it is clear what is happening. Also the head bone would be nice to have. And the control skeleton. Let's see how I'm gonna explain this. Alright. Folks, here super, I don't know if it's an advanced subject for rigging in Blender, but it's actually pretty damn complicated. So I'll show you that automation for rigs, there are pathways that are different, which are different for the parenting relations pathway and the bone constraints, or perhaps other drivers, I don't know, but pathways. And this is quite tricky because it often will occur, the issues with that, because of inconsistencies in those pathways in rigs which contain some sort of automation, like indirect posing of some bone will affect properties of others. So for instance, here I have maybe a good example. It's simple, but it is maybe a bit hard to reproduce in exactly this ice rig case, but at least I'll show you, I'll try to present how these pathways difference occur. So you see that if I scale this bone, the eyes icons there, they scale, right? Okay, but why this is happening? Well, this bone is parented to the head bone. The head bone, of course, has little to do here. It's just I'm setting I'm just explaining here from scratch, sort of. Then this bone is the controller of one eye. We see that it gets scaled to it. However, this bone is not parented to the master eye track here, controller. It is parent also to the head, which is here, this deformed head bone. And for some reason, I've decided to parent this deform icon here, the one in the center, not the tiny ones, to the deformed head as well. Maybe this is not necessary, but I could perhaps parent directly to it, but I'm not sure that will work. This works right now. So what I'm going to, but this bone has, which leads the tiny ones by parenting, but that doesn't matter. This one has a copy location to this one, copy location bone constraint with these settings, and a copy scale. So the shrink wrap is the other feature for the, is another problem, it's another problematic. So here the copy scale is, because it is not parent to the control, to the controller bone, so it will at least inherit some location, some sub copy scale through bone constraint on this set. Okay, so when I scale this, the bone here scales and everything else scales, right? And if I scale this, everything scales. But actually this bone, which is not parented to the master, the control eye left and right, they are not parented to the, so how they have a copy transforms, could be a copy scale instead, but has a copy transforms which includes the copy scale to this, and this allows this indirect stuff. So it's this scaling to this is inheritance from bone constraint pathway. However, and this one also is a bone constraint pathway because of the copy scale bone constraint on this targeting this. So you have a full bone constraints pathway. However, what do you think would happen if, of course, if I take this off, this is still scaling because of the copy scale, but this of course doesn't scale anymore for here. But what now if I parent this to the master ice track instead of the head? So now note that the bone here is being scaled by a parenting relation, master ice track parent, but the eye there is not scaling, the deformed eye, the bone, nor the eye. Ignore the right side, just the left side that matters. So this is because in this particular case, the parenting relation pathway is not then making this transform, inherited transform, scaling up of this bone or scaling down to affect this one through a copy scale bone constraint because of local coordinates. Actually this bone, sometimes it won't appear, but this bone is not scaling. This one is, but not this. So this is local coordinates. It's local coordinates of scale, although it's change the, I guess it is scaling, yes. Now I'm quite unsure, but let's see. Yeah, it's scaling down proportional, right? So it is becoming minuscule, although not in the same rate of the other, right? So this parenting relation got inherited by this, but because this is using now local coordinates, it doesn't change the local coordinates of this. This bone, which is not the deformed eye, which is not parented to this in a sequence, so the parenting relation pathway doesn't get through. So this is useless because it is not parented. However, if I just parented this to this, then probably this could create some other problems in my rig, possibly. But now if it might suffer indirect scaling. Yes, it does. You see, this indirect scaling is a pathway of parenting relation pathway. Yeah, that's it. Of course, if I do that, it will probably do double transforms. No, not even, because it's not reaching anyways as before I changed the parent, right? So this is useless anyhow right now. So I'm changing the parent back to the deform head. Changing here, let's also select mirror, copy to select, okay. Going back to the original parent. You see, it's still not working. So I need, in this case, the pathway of the bone constraint. So now it's a full pathway of bone constraint because and I've just forget which was the original parent of this. I think it was the head also. So you have this, now you have this. So yes, now a full pathway of bone constraint to get there. And so this is how in other cases this is more complicated. So in just to conclude, it's very important to know the pathway, what is happening, which transform is happening through in certain bones interactions. So often I found this doing plenty of facial rig structures for automation. Usually we are preferable to complex rigging automation. The parenting relation pathway is not so versatile. It will not be transferred in cases like I've just presented here. So if we want good automation, sometimes it's not possible to do with the parenting relations. So it's better to just parent the bones to some higher hierarchy stuff and get every other single interaction between these lower hierarchical bones, all this, right, done through bone constraints, because the bone constraint pathway is very, very responsive. Like I can't say exactly in this case if the opposite, imagine, try to abstract the inverse scenario. Here I try to reach parenting relations transforms to have them reach after bone constraints transforms, which didn't happen. What would the contrary work? I can't answer right now. I believe they would work, but maybe I'm wrong, so I'll have to test it. But here is too long enough already this highlight. So I wanted to present just a single case for now, because it's pretty hard to figure out. Took me years, couple of years to just, oh, there's something is not happening. Why? And then I started to figure out. So this is, I hope this is a good example. But so the path, I call it pathways. It's so complicated that seldom I've seen any example out there with maybe in some tutorials, but advanced tutorials. But okay, so that's it, folks. Thanks for watching. Please like, subscribe if you like this content. Alright, so that was pretty long and boring, but might be useful. Alright, so the automation here, this is why I've made this through bone constraints. Bone constraints tend to be more responsive for automation. And now that this part of the rig seems to be solved, There is one thing about these eyes that is unclear. We've lost the target here. But I don't remember why I had this here anyways. This is aim eyes track. Why would that be useful? Aim, it is here. This is aim head track. This is separate setup, alright. This could use a mechanism, right? That same structure, I think it's missing. Yeah, it is probably missing. So what's the structure here? We got parented to center of gravity, parented the deform head, parented the aim head track, shift D, parent to master head track, let's call this get the same length here. Oops, what is this? So now this mechanism, what we want of it, we don't want its bone constraints. Oh yeah, we will reuse the bone constraint. Head track. So this is different. Okay, I'm trying to do a different setup here. This ice track is a name thing also, actually. So it just has a, yeah, this is a switch. It is for switching some features, but it's actually, so it should have a bone like this as well. So let's see here. This will do that, but then why this doesn't follow? It has a, so why this will carry the, oh, I know why, of course. This is goes to the mechanism. That's, of course, that's why we need them. Oh, I have this one already. It exists somewhere. Wow. As this mechanism head track, this is wrong. Okay, let's call. Just getting confused. Okay, this is like the aim head track, whatever. And what I want is like a duplicate of this, but for, yeah, all again. So here is the bone length. This we'll call not this, but just, yeah, ice track. Okay, mechanism matters. This is what was lacking. And now we want to parent it to the here, and then we are going to change this again, and then we want this to, although something is incorrect in this, then we want to use the override on here using this orient target, and now we have this. Oh yeah, we have some problem with something about these bones. Copy transforms. Oh, this is right. Okay, it's just, yeah, if I move this too much, then just a question of good. Okay, this bit awkward, but it works fine, so nothing to say. I could just get a limitation for this, right? Just as I did for these ones, maybe. And sure, but let's move these mechanisms to Alt M to mechanism, and we got rid of the eyes mechanisms. So this is the mystery, right? Because I don't remember how we use this stuff. It's probably a driving thing that it will okay, now it's not tilting. Okay, now this is good. Fine. And these are sort of this kind of aim that we want at, like, yeah, I remember now. This is the aim for the eyes. This is the aim for the head. Like, currently the character is pretty conventional, but there are different ways to do this, I guess. The behavior, right? There are different ways to. I think something here is not working. We want the more inside, right? This okay, now I don't see where have gone these little bones here. Let's move this a little more inside. I need to isolate some bones here because this is getting, yeah. First, where are these ones? Mechanism? Yeah, they are in mechanisms, so why I haven't spotted them before? Some resistance as we look this side. This rotation doesn't help. That would be nice if we have this automation. Why we don't have them? It's because of the copy transforms. This will change. Oh, that didn't change much, right? Local return, that will do nothing. After original, no, this copy rotation is too risky, but we can just set to replace here it, so limit distance, this is just distance. So here what we could do, there are different ways to assess this, but if I just wanted this, oh, they are rotating, but they are rotating, of course, there's in a way that is not what we want. That's right. So yeah, this is a custom space thing. And probably want local space here. That seems correct. As an improvement. Yeah, so it's using the axis, the pivot point actually of rotation of the master now to assess. So that is doing everything fine. All right, great. So let's improve this. There we go. Maybe. Well, that's what I asked for it. So it can be used for some quick tweaks, right? All right. Good. So we're improved. So this. Let's see what else. We see there are some intersections there. Now this is just because these eyelashes are not rigged properly. We can try to. Also, we could try to reposition this as a whole. Just some. No, I'm not gonna touch this now. It's because I have to check on the other layers. The deformed bones, right? Let's try to adjust the mesh of these eyelashes now that we are getting this correctly, and then we can try to go for find what I wanted to do here, which was the wave painting. Transfer waves. Yeah, so this thing of different mesh objects. This is a nightmare. I just can't get my. I hate this this process, but maybe transfer waves. It's very bad in this case, where you just want some vertex groups that get all polluted. So what I'm going to do here, let's get the eyes region. No, they're just the eyelids. And then the eyelashes, which is a different mesh stuff. I'm gonna hide the hair. Okay, so I want to be very precise here. And the problem is that this is hard to manipulate this. So of course I'm gonna lose some shapes here, and I will need better to have the grease pencil for the, yeah, might help. And see that I need to snap this onto the, okay, I need this and this mesh. So first thing, we'll pick this whole thing, let's move it GZ. Yeah, let's snap here on there. So what I would usually, I used to do this from I used to have this mesh on a single mesh object, but turns out that this is bad for the, very bad for the eyebrows, because they start to shrink wrap on the, whether they use they start to shrink wrap on the eyelids, which would be part of the face. So it's a crazy. Then and we can't eliminate these vertices as a target, so we need to, and then that means that to have the eyebrows to shrink wrap onto a face, we would need a face, an extra face target without the eyelashes. Let me think. This is very plausible. Yes, if I use a face ghost that is dynamic, maybe unnecessary, but I might avoid this technique, right? But that could be a solution, plausible, an alternative way, so I wouldn't have to have this as a separate. So it could be a connected mesh, as I used to do some time ago, until I found this eyebrows rigging, critically rigging issue for certain cartoony character design. That was stylized eyelash, stylized eyebrows, or whatever eyebrows. So it's more, it can be super tricky, and that is advanced rigging, right? It's just there's not enough content for about this stuff. So it's no, this is badly clipped, badly positioned. I'm gonna snap it onto, let's hide this. Okay, let's lock this, select the lock the eyelashes, Dorothy body. Yes, this is what I want. What? Okay, so where is the, okay, here. Gonna snap this into this, and we need to get all this pushed forward like that for assessing the model sheet. Yes, we can see we can do something. Yeah, for the 3D character, I want some more slightly more exaggerated than the 2D. Maybe a little more, because why not, right? It's part of the adaptation process. There are things that we can't do on 3D, that we can do on 2D and vice versa. So if it so this was what I ended up finding out in my process of creative process, right, of adaptation, that I could in the end make a varied 3D style of my originally 2D style girl characters, or characters in general. Yeah, they're not only girls but female characters. I also have some male characters, but I started use them a fantasy universe, but in the sci-fi I still have to work a little more to get them male characters. But let's say they do exist, even if they don't show in the cast. Here we need to push that here. We're gonna avoid these intersections. Looking good. So yeah, the idea is that certain features can look actually good, better in one language or another, and we should take advantage of the language we're using to see if we can do anything cooler that we couldn't do in the previously. So here would be perhaps a case to make face loop. I don't like this because we're gonna, but maybe that might be required. In my eyelash rig I just use minimum because it's low poly and it helps rigging to have just, yeah, except for here, so I have to twist this part, otherwise it won't do this curvature well. But it's just here and here maybe. Oh yeah, I need to connect this part as well. Where is this? Where's the grease pencil? I see. So this eyelash in 3D, maybe I try to pull it here. Yeah, makes, for me it would make sense right now. So even up there, I'm not sure. I can add more mesh here. So this, oh, I'm connecting the wrong place. First of all, this is here. Yeah, so here we could get it start actually from, like, can make some extrusion here, then we snap this here, then here we're gonna we're gonna just dissolve this, no, not dissolve, just delete edge. So we're gonna connect this and this, making sure not connected anything with, no, they are different mesh, they can't connect. Okay, and then here we're gonna make this smaller, shorter. Here we start to augment, right, here and here, and then this is where we start to exaggerate and tilting down, maybe here a little here, and we, yeah, here maybe we need to, this part gets messed up with the waves often, so this could be a triangle, and then I can select all this and Shift E -1, Shift E, I think 0.3 edge crease, which are not showing. yeah, 0.3, right? And then the Shift H, the seams with this and this, just organize. And then yeah, so here I need to fix this part. These corners are always complicated because they don't deform very well, and we also need some shrink wrapping strategy here, otherwise they can here probably could, yeah, this is also tricky, so let's snap there, snap here, and yeah, this is good, or better now. Yeah, so here looks like we'll need to, yeah, I have to do this probably. So I got an extrusion here. This we're gonna already get this mark seam, snap there, and here it's complicated, but this, it's sharp and tiny, and this can be slightly up. No, it's difficult to set this too little space, so could change some of. And here we could also, to simplify, or okay, let's leave like this for now. We could do something like this maybe. It's just because I found that this works, but it will be like this being at less triangle maybe. Collapse. No. Okay, here. This I never tried here. That's, if I don't remember having tried this here. So many things can work, right? It's just some are more prone to disaster. It's very easy to have intersections here. Yeah, I like this tiny sharp stuff here, and it gets smoothed out with the subdivision surface modifier. Here we can explore a little more here. Very big here, we need to be a bit careful. And here we can make Good. Now I think that's nice. Well, better than before certainly. Then we need to get some stuff to work. The subdivision, and after shrink wrap to... Okay, this is probably messing up everything, so we're gonna reuse this modifier shrink wrap. So the eyelashes don't need this stuff, it's all old. These deform eyelashes, I think they don't mean anything. This, we only have this one shrink wrap eyelids. Yes, really? And deform head? No, this is not necessary. Yeah, as soon as you get the deformed bones, this is garbage. We'll just take major race. We're gonna redo this. We don't need that here. So here we're gonna use this shrink wrap to eyelids, yeah, or invert. Normal or invert, because you can reuse it twice. Yeah, so I'm gonna delete all this. Mask we don't need. Shrink wrap, now this, no. So this is the only thing that we might need here for now. Of course, the deform, it seems clear that we can turn off this, so help. Okay, so what this means is that this one, these vertices which are we are not being able, it's locked of course, so I'm gonna try to yeah, okay, so in principle this, I don't see the, I don't see if those waves are correct, but they should be one. It's very simple actually. We pick this and this and take off this, and we assign to assign. Yeah, this invert is fake. We can't do this. Contour, yeah, the this can create some problems, yeah. But let's say this, then I'm gonna create another which is mod shrink wrap to push eye surface. So this means that we're gonna invert here, Control X. We want to push this mesh from the we don't want this mesh here, this vertices, to get any closer to the, because the eyelids will be pushed away of the eye, from the eye surface, because of the shrink of the, not a solidify, but because of the offset of the shrink wrap here. this grow will affect the positioning of this, so they the connected mesh would solve the problem. The wave paint, I'm not sure now, because but here we see that this doesn't follow the so maybe I need to, let's do a controls, no, it's the opposite, control, no, I forgot which is the order here, we'll see. Which one has, yeah, this one has the, they have the same, right, so it's, can't figure out, so okay, it's this one's the body, so let's pick this shrink wrap, but we're going to turn this off. We're gonna change the target, no, not the target, this will change the vertex group to eyelids counter. Okay, so this is still not working. Maybe it's a subdivision that is not. Okay, maybe this solves all after I've got the. There are other ways to do this step too. Yeah, this is offsetting already from. Oh yeah, the subdivision is already creating some offsetting, right? So there's a problem already on the subdivision surface, right? Maybe because now it's the same crease. Okay, so this is the eyelids contour, whatever. Let's put this before, and then the other would be outside. First, outside first, we're going to test. We want to target the, yeah, same target there. And so here we can push all the thing, but we don't want, we just want for the vertices that are so this is just a protection outside, just outside. So this will allow that this distance should be like maybe a little more than the one that shrink wraps the, not this one, but the one of the face that shrink wraps the eyelids to face. Yeah, eyelids, just eyelids. So I know what is this. This is the most important one here. So this the same value and maybe a little more. So it's like push from eye surface. Eye surface push. And so, or push eye surface, yeah. Then we, so this value needs to be outside. Yeah, so here see there's all these vertices are affected by some the wave paint here might be, maybe this is not, no, it's the invert here, not the invert, the actually, let's do this here, this one should be stronger, and voila, that's just this. I'm not sure if these methods here would, this one particularly, it's not work with the subdivision, in principle, well, here it seems to be more or less correct, not correctly, it's perfect when the mesh isn't disconnected, but there it's very bad. Maybe there's other factors, things affecting. That I'm not right now aware of, but I think it's, yeah, we've seen if I turn the subdivision everything is fine. So it's a subdivision thing issue from different mesh objects. I don't know why they don't match, but I need the subdivision, so I need to investigate. This push usually is useful. This one maybe it will be useless because as soon as I rig the eyes mesh with bones, the eyelids mesh with bone, then the eyelashes with the, and they have the same or the same waves, at least for the this, only for this actually is the only, these are the vertices that will be influenced by the actually there's another way, but it's risky. Yeah, the connected mesh is the best, but yeah. I don't remember this problem here on my other rig. So this is why I'm confused right now. But anyways, I don't have the waves, so I can't know if this is because of the waves. The armature comes before the subdivision anyways, so first it fixes the deforms, and but alright, I'll certainly find a solution for that. The worst case scenario, I just need to create those multiple face target. I know how the face can the ghost mesh for a face, it can deform in synchrony with the face, it just had the same waves, and that would allow the trick, right? It will be a ghost face that doesn't contain the eyelids, so the eyelids mesh don't become a target. But I'll try to see, yeah, have to continue here, folks. Just a little more. So now let's address this, the mesh of the eyebrows, and see if we can do anything good here. I already edited the mesh, so here would be good to find a good position for for this in relation to the character design, right? So let's get into the yeah, so you see that I have to get through some adaptation here, and then I would need to fix this on the model sheet, or find what works best for the maybe I should hide this stuff here. And this is already not working very well. The drawing that I've made was already wrong regarding side and front. So this is something that can happen when we are doing model sheets. This could be a little more sophisticated to have more mesh geometry, would make it easier to deform. I remember I was using this and that seemed to offer slightly better results. Yeah, at least it helps me position these eyebrows in regarding the world y-axis. Yeah, automate some matching. The concavity would be in the end, of course, what looks good in the 3D viewport. Let's get the eyes back. We can snapping. It helps to maintain regularity on this geometry. See that fixed some intersections. There's light intersections. Unposing this also cause a lot of trouble. Let's see what you have here of a subdivision after the armatures is right. A mirror, this is okay. Solidified, and here is where we could. Oh, there's no. Okay, this doesn't need shrink wrap here. Comes from the bones, and here the mesh is going crazy for some. Oh yeah, I see why. Of course, the lack of regularity that I mentioned. Here we go. Yeah, here the subdivision surface is sort of distorting the ideal shape of the head, so this is annoying. It could cause a lot of disruption. No, not. I hope I was not snapping anything crazy here. Yeah, we probably I were. Have to. Make some tiny adjustments here. This was snapped. Terrible snapping. Okay, so I think that yeah, we're losing some volume. I think I don't see what is this circle. Yes, indeed. This toggle off this thing. Let's do some. This is pretty annoying, right? I have to. Oh, this will change the eyelids positioning. We can't use this. Let's just try to push these ones more to the outside. Yeah, this kind of helps, but here we can do different. Don't like how this is looking. Face loop here. Yeah, gigantic. The temper, I think that's okay. Maybe that will work. But it's start to become critical, these two large faces, right? I won't say, just as here, it would not be bad to have a, you know what, let's make this one, we want some extra control here. This is very difficult to rig, this corner, so I think this will be a positive choice. We have very large faces. So what I could do perhaps is, as I reach here, we could simplify, right? We could do slice this. This is not important, right? But I will cut the cool face loops, so this is not good. Let's see. Well, for now I'll just do this. And yeah, I have a triangle, but who cares? And there's another triangle here anyways. No, we could do the wraparound here, yes. If I remember how that works. Since that would be this over here, and do this, GG, no, this one, no. So you have this face loop here, which is not super cool, but it will help connect some mesh. It's dangerous to like smooth that out, but at least all at once, right? But that at least it is solved a triangle problem there, and other not bad, not bad. Solve 2 triangles at once, and now I have slightly more control of this part here. Just smooth this a little, and then let's save here. And need to address now this, because we got some things to fix here. Control Alt this, yeah, so anything else here? Yeah, so this, we need to add this into this vertex groups. No, that's correct. Add its border. This is very incorrect, I don't know why. So just get this and take off this and remove. Some modifiers might have been messed up. It included it, so that's great. Eyelids also include. So great, nothing. The only thing here, yeah, I was about to forget, is that maybe this vertex here, these 4 vertices here, maybe they didn't got snapped. And looks like that we also don't have this one snapped after some change that I've made, so let's fix that, or just double check. We can also spread this a little more in this critical region here, corners. Can do this like that as well. Push this just a little more, so yeah, so take off this. Let's try to redistribute this mesh a little more. And here need to re-snap this. Now that I have better shapes here, let's hide the eye surface. Yeah, this is not exactly what I want for this stream today, to be doing this, but it was something that was missing critically on this model. Cannot wave paint with this properly if all these things are messed up, right? We can do some wave painting, of course, but then it's very prone to have to retake a lot of things, and retakes is what really really takes time, in my opinion, in 3D. In Blender, retakes are nightmarish stuff. In 3D, that's what I've been finding myself. So to avoid possibly tons of retakes, then just try to keep to certain order, no matter what. Just hide the pain, because the pain after will be much more intense if you don't do that. Tends to be red. Okay, so we kinda got, not sure it's the best shape, so this will need to reassess from, it's not too time consuming, right, to fix this. Let's hide the grease pencil. Yeah, she's getting good shape for recover the geometry of yeah, nearly. I think this one is being pushed by. Okay, so maybe this is too much, right? We need to. So instead of change the vertex group, oh, this value, maybe I forgot to tweak it. That is fine, I think, nothing. And we could of course, if it's not sufficient, we could also play with the influence. Oh no, they don't get influence, they're not bone constraint. Alright. The shrink wrap bone constraint has influence though. And the shrink wrap modifier, you can go negative. You can't do this with shrink wrap bone constraint, so the negative can be useful for some very special tricks. Like if you place an outside and an inside shrink wrap modifiers stacking on the same target, and one go positive and the other goes negative, or both negative, you create a volume box that of shrink wrapping, so you can shrink wrap inside the volume of that 3D shape box. It's very interesting, but when this comes useful, imagine a box of sparkles, whichever sparkles inside, it's the volume there. Deformed box of the box is like perfectly doubled, right, mirrored, so it has like one surface of outside shrink wrap and one face of this face are totally matching, corresponding one to each other. They're just different values here, and so you can do some interesting tricks with that. It's the same mesh object, right, shrink wrapping. And so the mesh doesn't shrink wrap automatically to any of the surface, but when it collides to any of the surface, it will start to shape it according to it on both sides. It's crazy. Usually the shrink wrap, yeah, because the outside and the inside, they let the mesh, shrink wrap mesh, to be free, provided it doesn't get onto the wall, into the wall, the invisible wall. So that's curious thing. Alright folks, so let's get her back her hair. Yeah, she's getting cooler. Dorothy, so I'm a bit tired now folks, so essentially let's see if there's fixed anything from here. Build latest setup. No, what's that face? Yeah, I'm doing that. Universal important adapt ice track setup from Tuka. Yes, we did that. Improved even maybe. Update drivers to switch. Yeah. Waves transfers. Yes, we want to do that for the helper rig. Yeah, okay. We need we're building this, yes, but what I need to do is the facial waves. We need to connect everything. Yeah, what I was doing this here, I didn't even mention here. Widgets, wiggle eyelashes. I have a new add-on now. It's a bone jig. No, it's a paid add-on. A friend offered it to me. It's I wanna test it. So yes, I'll bring it tomorrow. Try to see if that want to compare with Wiggle 2 add-on, right, which I have here. That will be nice. Maybe it does things that Wiggle 2 can't handle very well. Fix tongue, yeah, this is tongue, that's switch instead of, okay, so nothing I could check here because I just forgot to, but this ice track thing was critically annoying and now we got it working, so now we could make some more cooler animation here. So for now this is it folks, thanks for watching. Tomorrow we'll be back. Take care and happy blending. Hope this content is being interesting. See ya folks, enjoy.